Alrighty, hello, everybody. Hope we're all doing well. Having a good. God, it's only Tuesday. Fuck. Good Tuesday so far. Oh, the weather has gone absolutely terrible here. Roottree Mania was full unlocked on content. Yeah, we're good. Somebody's at the door.
Hi, I'm Clark. Probably not who you expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes.
I mean, I wouldn't exactly call this funny, but alright.
You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down.
Well, I haven't done well standing anonymous because you found me, you liar. I already do not like the cut of your jib.
A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes, too. I never wanted to be president. I'm not great with stress. With my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Now that it's public knowledge that Clancy Trust covers any Roottree despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced. You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time.
Nope.
It was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself. The long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them. But she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you. Pass them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally.
Dookie.
Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
Alright, so we got the existing tree. And we got this whole new tree down here. Quite a lot of possible infidelities. Okay. After the whole farm tree's been filled in, you have to be extra sleuthy this time around to deduce the truth. Okay. Lot of infidelities. All right. Today has been 8 months since you helped Sam Master with the research necessary for a book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. She never mentioned you by name, however, so you managed to keep a low profile. We also stayed in the same house for a year, which is honestly impressive. The Roottrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, so you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. Sam Marston's book was released February. It was a bestseller for a few months at the time. At the time, Carl had not yet been replaced. Okay. I have to look up all of these. Oh, right. I haven't connected to the internet yet. Got an achievement for it, though. Reviews are mixed. The time of the bestseller was limited to 22 months. I mean, is 2 months on the bestsellers list really something to sneeze at? Was compelling and that the takedown of the hypocrisy of Elias Roottree was deserved. However, many took umbrage with the timing of the release and the tone of the book, which seemed vindictive. The fall of the book led to the Roottree company scrambling to release a statement. Due to a conflict of leadership, famously released multiple conflicting official statements over 3 days. It's confusing me with reference to popular culture due to a late-night sketch about indecisionists, but more traditional analysts have been calling it the Roottree Rift. Roottree Mania entered the charts and sold even better than the first time. Okay. Was a disease caused by a popular sketch show as part of a fake pharmaceutical advertisement for JIT Together. Hey, Serenity. Well, the segment isn't. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good. Our weather has gone shockingly shit today. It's like the winter again. It's horrible. Anyway, and references to recent news. In the sketch, a woman ordered a number 5 at the drive-through speaker. Then, after pulling forward, she to mine at the window, asked to switch it to a number 3. This caused a lengthy backup and ended annoyance amongst the restaurant's employees and other patrons. After she pulled away, as the bully began helping her customers, the same woman then barged into the restaurant and passed cut line loudly, complaining that she didn't receive her number 5. After this, the sketch transitioned from a restaurant scene into a pharmaceutical commercial. It was nice here yesterday, cool and rainy here today. Yeah, it's horrible. It's horrible here today. A doctor claims that the woman was suffering from indecisionitis, a disease that causes extreme confusion and irritability, and has recently been found to severely hinder the leaders of large corporations, but could also spread to humans. The doctor then recommends JIT Together, a fake pharmaceutical drug. Multiple testimonials use variations of the catchphrase, "When I can't make my tough decisions, I gotta get my JIT together." The final testimony included a bald man, a silhouette with a voice changer saying, "I'm not comfortable sharing who I am, but I'm comfortable saying that before I took over my family's candy company, I should have really gotten my JIT together." Okay, that just takes us back to that. I mean, the bald man silhouette is going to be the guy who's just at that door, probably. I forgot his name already. Clark, I think. Alright. We'll have to do a book search for the book as well at some point. After each 6 pieces were referred to as Roottree Rich due to the clear conflicts between them. The first was fairly standard, stating that there was no president of the Roottree company, but that the entire family was made aware of the release of the book and that they would be meeting as soon as possible, and then could they verify legitimately the claims it raised and take next steps. The second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later and announced that after a vote, Ron Roottree would be taking over temporarily as an interim president. It also went on to state that Ron was aware of the book, had verified the claims of it, and would look into compensating Mrs. Marsden and her family immediately. It also stated that the company lawyers would be taking immediate steps to the family to revisit the Clanston Trust terms to make sure nothing like this could happen again. It's quickly to business reporters and analysts at the time between the 2 press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. It claimed that the draft of the announcement was made prematurely and that Clark Rafferty LaRue and Ron Roottree were taking over as the company's first joint presidents. It also stated that any compensation plan would be based on a stringent verification process. Okay, so they done fucked up. It's the new president of the Roottree Corporation. This does not include Root, which appears to have its own new leadership. In early March of '99, it was announced that both Clark and Ron would be taking over for what essentially described as... Which one was Ron? Wasn't he the criminal one? Oh no, I think Robert was the one who tried to steal the money from Ron, actually. And Clark is this guy over here. No, we're looking over here. About 2 weeks later, the company released a press statement that thanked Ron for his work, but announced that Clark was the new permanent president. Most information about Clark you knew already. Many descriptions have intended to focus on his advertising career and that his mother was Lauren Roottree, refusing to touch on his complex and volatile marital history. Since taking over, Clark tried to remain out of the spotlight, but did have one notable foray into public eye. He gained a lot of support when his first move was a statement in favour of accepting Sam and her family into the trust. This also served as an announcement that the Clanston Trust would no longer be handled by anyone in the family, since due to their financial motivation, none of them could ever be impartial. Okay, so he's taken over the trust. According to the wording of seems that those who wrote the trust purposely deceive the rest of the family about the exact details of how it works and tend to keep Sam and the father. In comparative poverty, because the rest of the family made money hand over fist, they had very little motivation to question their understanding. It did not go over well. Colorado took over the company. He showed Sam's family would get their share to help facilitate this. The inheritors have spent the trust in the control third party Ruby Legal Enterprises. The company is named after its head lawyer, Ruby Spratt. You can't find much about the company from before this year, although all of the articles tell the same tale. After the fiasco, Six Piece and the revelation of Roottree Law Group was complicit in such a cover-up, they hired outside counsel. The Ruby Legal Enterprise Group now seems to have ties to multiple aspects of the Roottree Corporation, including the company and Root. They were recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against Sisley Sanchez. Alright, we'll look up Ruby Spratt first. Ruby Spratt, like a legal company, is relatively elusive. The most complete source of information you can find from her before time with the Rootrees on the website for a magazine owned by a major ALP. Professor Plumpton in the library with the candlestick. Yeah, but who murdered Dr. Black? Or Mr. Black, whatever he is. She was the subject of one article from a recurring series about modern day success stories. Ruby grew up in foster care. I have a feeling Ruby's going to end up being a Roottree. No, I didn't mean to do that. But excelled at school and earned a scholarship to study at Mid-Eastern University. There she graduated at the top of a legal class and was quickly hired as a lawyer for a prominent firm. There are a few high-profile corporate-involved cases she was part of. One was as a legal consultant for a class action lawsuit against the manufacturer of steering wheel covers. Another was to help a local gas station chain in the hometown of Portland with the rollout of a promotion that allowed gas station customers the ability to bet on the price of gas. The blurb ends by calling her new firm a double threat. Her company services are across between a traditional lawyer and a PR manager. Okay. Is an author we're going to have to look up these books. But still sold quite respectably. She's written a few more books since then, including a biography of Van Gogh, but her first two are her claim to fame. According to a site about authors, Sisley is known for her non-fiction where her focus is on exploring darkness and the human psyche. This is a new puzzle. So we've got the family tree. There's now people claiming they are cousins because they want the money. And we kind of have to piece that together now. Called Picoty. With an article about a book she'd commissioned to write for Guy Hudson. We know Guy Hudson. The magazine City herself immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to publish. The issue was pulled from store shelves, making it an instant collector's item. Picoty is a category of flower with an outline around the edges of its petals. Dear. Picoty magazine is a publication that, as far as you can tell, has no consistent theme. It tends to contain tabloid-esque articles that appeal to a wider variety of audiences and appears in many grocery stores near the checkout line. Unlike traditional tabloids, it doesn't typically feature celebrities on the cover. Instead, it tends to latch on to and create sensationalist headlines about whatever subject appears to be popular at any given time. In recent years, this is, oh my god, Beanie Babies, Magic Eye Images, and even Red Bull. I remember all of those things. Oh dear. Bloody magic eyes. And look, it's a boat. It's come under fire for printing fiction along with facts. Piketty gets around this by stating in every issue that all of the articles are all hearsay that's fit to print. Magic Eye were those like 3D image things. You know, if you look at them cross-eyed, you'd suddenly see a boat. At one point, Piketty read an article about Cicely Sanchez, an author. She claims to have written an unread book about Guy Hudson. The article was not even the main focus of the issue. The magazine was threatened legally by the Roottree Corporation. It never worked on you. That particular issue, the Big Sass Sea Bass issue, was pulled from shelves. It's now become a collector's item, especially amongst conspiracy theorists attempting to figure out what the Roottree company was hiding. You find a recently finished online auction that listed a copy at over $1,000, though nobody bid. Big Sass Sea Bass is a talking fish that sits on a fake mount on your wall. I remember this fucking thing as well. Oh dear. This one does not sing. I remember the singing one. What was the singing one called? Instead, what they have to say from its competitors is as a sardonic and sarcastic wit that will leave you reeling with laughter. It's oceans of fun for the whole family. You'll be hooked on this big sassy bass. The words reeling, oceans, and hooked are conveniently bolded to ensure you recognize how clever the copywriter was. Billy Bass. Yes, that sounds right. Good old Billy Bass. Oh, dear. All right, so... an issue that focused on a talking toy fish and the demonic messages it supposedly said as the batteries ran low. Piketty had an article about a cancelled book. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cissy did not have the rights to publish. Because of the pictures, this issue was pulled from store shelves, making it the subject. The version found in these archives is incomplete. Okay. We did finally get our first bit of new evidence, though, so that's good. What if everything we stand for, everything you know to be true today could disappear in an instant, all your politics, relationships gone at the blink of an eye? Would you still be you? About a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. You won't be able to put it down without wondering, what if it were me? A man from the Catholic Church who claimed he was told by God that he should travel to Thailand and began to preach specifically with a goal to convert 10,000 people. He returned to the United States after just over 2 years, claiming to have succeeded. This book tells his version of the story, but the author also traveled to Thailand to investigate these claims and talk with some of the so-called converted. I feel that's probably about Miracle. 5P's, aka Felix Fellows, is a rapper who has found some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as the long-lost Roottree and entitled to part of their fortune. His alias 5P's is a play on 5 Pieces. An article you find on a website known for their particularly harsh reviews of modern music gives his most recent album, Root of All Evil, 1 star out of 7 for whatever reason, with the headline, "More poser than my action figure collection." The review mentions his real name is David, and he used to go by Dirty Davy. I hate this guy already. And the author rues the fact that this rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. She overdosed when he was 16. Apparently, only one of the songs on the album is new, and the others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs, and violence into clumsy euphemisms. His rights promise was kickstarted when he appeared a few months ago on the cover of News Time. Just get that periodical on the thing. Holding a photo of his mother with Guy Hudson. At first, Roottree Company denied it. Miracle Roottree even appeared on the same magazine a week later, but since then they've backtracked and publicly welcomed him to the family. Their press release at the time stated that they had new evidence that confirmed his story. I didn't cover Root of All Evil. I didn't do Root of All Evil. Did Root of All Levi. After dropping the single 5-piece announcement, he's retaining the infamous celebrity lawyer Steve Whitcock to sue his family. To date, it doesn't seem like he's followed through. At first, the single didn't make much of a splash, but Whitlock, known for publicity stunts, paid thousands of teenagers a few dollars an hour to call and request a video on MTV. I remember MTV, which increased his profile. MTV eventually caught on and banned the video altogether, which in turn received national news coverage and made the song even more popular. He's so regular for the Oh my god, there's a lot of stuff in here. There's going to be debates about release based on some of the pop culture references. Hey, Trump! So the range to be somewhere between 92 and 94. One of the songs, Yes, I Can Jump, seems to be the center of confusion. It seems to be the only song that didn't make it onto a studio album that people thought should have. In it, he references a popular movie from 92 called White Men Can't Jump. This reference caused confusion amongst the fan base. Because of it, it is agreed upon that the mixtape had to come out in 92 at the earliest. But others point out that Fellows references seeing the movie on his 17th birthday. This would have been in 1994. Oh god, I don't know the fact I may have to try and piece together dates in this one. Some say this would mean that the album had to have been released in 94 at the earliest. Others claim that he was likely just trying to make himself sound older, since in response to some of the more questionable lyrics, he stated multiple times that he was just a dumb kid when it was released. Okay. So have you been marked? Okay, so this is Felix Fellows, and I'm assuming we're meant to believe that this is Guy Hudson. Oh, this is different. Wait, was Felix Fellows his real name? No, he's David. We haven't looked up the lawyer yet. This track is the only new song on the album. The subject matter of the song is the hypocrisy of those that claim money is evil. He points out that only people who think money is evil are those that have it, those that can afford not to be greedy. In the song, 5-piece triumphantly talks about taking the Roottree's wealth due to it being his birthright and giving it to those who need it most. You find a copy of the song on a suspicious-looking website and download it for your records. Not that quickly, we didn't. At bloody 56.6k. You have achieved the square root of F all today. Oh dear, that doesn't sound good. Okay, so he's David Fellows. And he is a musician. This is the only single from 5-piece album. Still, it's kind of catchy. This is 5Ps. Hey, Trunks, thank you for the free stream streak. It's very much appreciated. You know, the place you ain't never lived in, you say money is the root of all your problems. Root of all your problems. Hypocrite sitting back in your massive estates built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it based on your family's creations. I'm not going to try and rap this. But looky here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madston chick and her two dads. Okay, yeah, it says talking about Sam. My pappy's class of trust should keep you away. You know, it's disturbing catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners because we didn't earn it when all of your worth it came free with your name. You expect me to treat your lectures on greed as some expert creed from he without blame. How about instead I turn my other cheeks and spread them? When you give me a kiss, you know just where to aim. You say it, I mean, you got some lyrics, all right? Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. Your silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burn their spoons for the needle. So what's more a passion, tell this poor tragic orphan how your mansions and Porsches are actually horrible. Ah, dear. I'm better off penniless, grasping for morsels. How wanting my share that's actually extortion. Your candy ass name, some honest sweets. Oh, and you want to call me classless, some gangster from Portland, but I play that game. I came up on the streets. The only streets you rap in a Park Place and Broadway. I read through these because I think there's going to be a clue in here somewhere, but my lord. So good news, all inputs, outputs of a square root of a function are always non-negative, thus you got some positive work done. You've tried to do a tower block with 21 floors. One is undergoing refurb and it needs the other in service. One you took it out of service and couldn't get it back in. The others I can't get keys for because you don't have the right contact details. Oh, shit. Doing all legally class actions, courtrooms, securing my way past your fancy ass doorman. You say money, blah, 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 blah. Okay, didn't see any massive clues in there. Okay, so we may have to go and look through some older clues as well. The story concerned, it seems, yeah. British magazine useless unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. I'm going to try and find a full version of that. This is how it all started. Roottree Mania immediately followed the announcement that a rapper going by 5Ps was actually a Roottree. Collectively, popular culture seemed to focus on the Roottree family. For a few weeks where everything felt oversaturated and society moved on. Because of the 5P saga, an underlying through line to how pop culture treated Roottree Mania was to use everyday people to claim they were also Roottrees. Daytime talk shows had I'm a Secret Roottree episodes, late night hosts and guests made jokes about other lost members of the family, and there's a widely shared website where you could fill in your own name to find out if you were a secret Roottree. When you submitted your name, it simply said no, with an image of Clark Rafferty LaRue giving you the finger. Roottree Mania lasted only a few weeks, just long enough for 6 pieces to re-enter the charts and to trigger new printings of other Roottree-related media. This included Lauren's Diaries, okay, we know those, VHS releases of Gwen's old movies, as well as countless other unauthorized biographies, which most seem to capitalize on the Roottree sisters, Carl and Brenda. These re-releases were too late to capitalize on or extend the craze. As a result, most of them were failures, and countless novelty shirts and variations I'm Secret Roottree became immediately unfashionable, though some people still wear them, ironically. And then I got slapped. Dear. I already have a feeling this one is going to be much, much harder. Dear. Oh, this one's interesting. Both on the original tree. Okay. An old woman who the press can refer to as another mom appeared in interviews with her face and voice disguised. She claimed that an affair with Roottree led to the birth of a daughter, aka Jane Doe Roottree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Roottree and therefore entitled to a share of the Classic Trust. Nobody knew at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the Roottree Mania saga. As more and more of the story came out, people began to notice how much echoed five pieces in nearly every significant way. The court public opinion began to turn. Confirming the world's suspicions, the DNA test proved that her daughter was not a Roottree. This final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire deal being an elaborate hoax or an attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Roottree Mania seemed to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it feels like a distant memory. Okay, so she again claimed that she slept with Guy Hudson. The accusation came during the height of Roottree Mania and began with a brief TV interview. And we haven't looked in news time yet. TV interview in the article she referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottree. Day after, Sam Masson probably supported due to some parts of the story she found particularly credible. Went on a media blitz. Ultimately, more details came out. People can exactly if we didn't include many of the same details as his mother's story. This included her job and the time period, the late 70s. After fumbling the five-piece story to property, the Rootrees were all prepared to handle all within a week. A DNA test proved that Norman's daughter could not be related to the Rootrees. This was announced. Accurate samples, blah, 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 blah. There was scientific proven that Jane Doe Roottree is not a Roottree. This doesn't mean that her mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair. She had every right to make a claim, as it has been bare about that stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerations. Please leave their family alone. Oh, did not mean to do that. I don't know. I think there's only two. I'm not entirely sure. Many claims high profile anticlimax by the backlash was beginning of the end. Alright, Jane Doe Roottree has already been eliminated as potential new Roottree by the company's lawyers, who are the ones verifying your work. Okay, it does not appear on my updated tree. But following a story might give us information about Felix's. Appeared on the cover of News Time holding a picture of her daughter. The first lady mentioned the phrase, and News Time came the week after when they issued an apology featuring in the first place. As some of the cover articles is added to your evidence. Alright, we also never looked up. She's managed to rack up quite a few legal victories for C-list celebrities and athletes. She became famous in the mid-80s after owning a multinational sandwich company whose 12-inch subs were actually an average of 11.5 inches long. CV argued that since the company sold 1 billion sandwiches per year, that was enough missing sandwich to make a sub long enough to span from New York to LA. The jury awarded her a paltry $5,000, but the news coverage of her crusade turned out to be priceless. Oh dear. Oh wait, I didn't copy her name. Alright, nothing new. She holds a photo. Okay, so there must be a 5-piece version of this one then. Famous for being on the cover of News Time, kicking off Roottree Mania. Then a week later, Miracle Roottree appeared on the cover of the magazine in an article that focused heavily on 5-piece as well. A summary of both articles was a close-up of the photo. 5 pieces holding on the cover of his issue have been added to your evidence. Alright, I can't click on those. Okay, it looks like Felix is in his glasses, which is kind of odd. We'll read about the articles in a little bit. The Roottree family picnic. Of his mother Joanna when she was Zach Morden's secretary at a company picnic. He claims that Joanna and Guy Hudson, also in the photo, were having an affair that led to his birth. Yeah, the Miracles do like their rainbow ties. Although something tells me they'd very much not before Pride. Alright, so we think your name was Joanna Fellows. I mean, Guy Hudson at one point was the 3rd president. I don't know when any of these lock in. It's kind of not telling me this time. Or if they lock in. Surely they would. They got to let you know you're on the right track at some point, right? Okay, so she was a secretary? Okay, I need 4. Alright, let's start reading the guy, blah, blah, blah. The article concerns his insistence that his father was Guy Hudson. The story is dramatic and sensational, initially dismissed as fake until DNA test proved that he was related to Guy Hudson. 5P says that his mother, Joanna, was Zach Morden's secretary when he retired, and the Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 or 2 weeks after that before she quit. The first few weeks that he was president. His parents divorced when he was 4. After his father learned of the affair, Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid of her and her son's life. He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day his mother never came home from the movie rental store where she worked the register. The next morning they found her dead from an overdose in her car. She'd stolen all the cash from the drawer and spent it on heroin. As Felix went through her belongings, the only thing she had to remember by were a hairbrush that was used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. But then he found a box hidden in the back of the closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as letters from his father containing threats. He threw it all away with the exception of the one photo he appears with on the cover of News Time. He says it was the only one where they were dressed. The only one not from the affair itself. The picture was shown in full inside the magazine, yep. Felix Fellows was born to, Riley. You probably weren't a Fellows then, right? But has never rapped without a moniker. He tried to find success by opening for other artists and even by selling CDs on the street. He's only recently started going as 5-piece to harness the power of his lineage. I was able to confirm that Joanna did work for the Roottree Company as a secretary sometime during the early to mid-70s. Oh, excuse me. It also confirmed she died of a drug overdose and that Felix went into foster care soon after. They were unable to track down his father. He also reached out to the Roottree Company, but at the moment the company's blanket statement was since the release of a recent book, Roottree has seen over a number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual. Okay. Talking about the book. Sam Mason's book was researched and details the truth about Elias as well as Sam's father Edward and John Miller. You help verify stories, so much of the book's core contents are familiar to you. That said, Sam had some sections on other family secrets and rumours. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it is new to you, may be important to you in your research. These sections have been added to your notes. I remember that photo. About her own history of the company and the rumours and gossip she collected during that tenure. She ran the farm for a period starting from 1968 until her daughter Gwyneth took over in 84. Most relevant rumours coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson, who took over as president in 78. Sam was very much not a fan of Guy, and according to Six Pieces, it was an open secret within the family that Guy was very much not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife. Many of the hires at the time were young, single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. When does the cakey-verse version of this get started? This was 20 years ago, and Sam warns that most of it is hearsay. Still, you find the following information that may be relevant. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonellis met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to her pregnancy. Elizabeth wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. Rumor has it that her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Guy's main positive contribution to the company involved expanding to markets previously untapped by Roottree. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. It was said that he bribed at least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. There's also a section where Sam speculates that Elias may have also cheated on Gwyneth. Gwyneth was always much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and was the first to invite Sam to family events. While she has no hard evidence, Sam always got the impression that Gwyneth was able to coerce Elias into allowing Sam back into the family using some kind of leverage, instead of it being a natural course of events. She mentioned that Elias and Gwyneth were known to loudly argue, sometimes about another woman, Sam also says her son Ernie once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth, a different Elizabeth than supervisor from the farm, but she never met her. But yeah, I hope everyone is doing well today and having a good Tuesday. I can't believe it's only Tuesday. I don't know why, but yeah, this week seems to be incredibly long already. Maybe it's a change in weather. I don't know. No, Elizabeth also had a daughter. Okay, so we need to try and find out this Elizabeth. Because it's changed, because it seems to be a common name for Italian restaurants, we need to use more local resource. There's nothing more local than that. Oh, that's not the right name. As an Italian restaurant, it has been in the Butler County Times twice. The most recent time was when it closed. The owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land. I mean, we'll probably have to look that up. Sold the land the building was on. At the time of the article, she was unsure if the restaurant would move to a new location or if she would retire. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day that asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded. She and her husband Steve, who was a chef, met years ago when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. Now she has a bun in the oven and they're both working as much as they can. She's a secretary but went back to delivering produce on the weekends. Trying to save up money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Yeah, it's going to be hard to find her name, I think. But she was a secretary, so she's definitely a potential. Rochelle and her husband Mark Zimmer have a few mentions. Both are local business owners. Mark owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks. Mark was also mentioned once in the Butler County Times when he was sued by Steve Garland, who would be the husband of Christine Garland. The first was an article about how he met his wife Christine. The second is from months later in September. A listing for his weekend cooking classes, Gourmet for the Groovy. The blurb mentions that he's been giving lessons from his home kitchen for the last month. They can keep an eye on his son. The third was from 91 and is titled Local Author Sued by Former Butler County Resident. It seems that a local author by the name of Mark Zimmer was sued by Garland after Garland saw Zimmer promoting his book Kitchen Tales on television. His recipe book was partially plagiarized from the recipes that Steve Garland would give his students during his cooking lessons before he moved. The article mentions that although recipes are hard to copyright, Garland accompanied each recipe with a short fiction about how he learned it. These usually doubled as a way to remember certain ingredients. Garland's bean salad, for example, involved making a trade with a gnome for some magic beans. Apparently, these stories were found word for word in Zimmer's cookbook, in addition to additional stories that followed the same format. Alright, so that would be Kitchen Tales by Mark Zimmer. No copies available. Re-released as Garnishing the Truth. The entire description of this book, according to the library system, is a recipe book that contains stories. Okay, disappointing. Kitchen Tales was a story-based recipe book credited to Mark Zimmer that had some success, so it's featured on a morning talk show. The book released for the internet was widespread. Some mentions are rare. One book collector states the publishers were unprepared for demand and there was no second printing, so it's used for a copy in the wild. You find an alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients and mentions that one of Kitchen Tales recipes used salt water. The owner of the site has included a scan of the recipe which is added to evidence. She says if you switch out the salt water in the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seawater, it tastes great. For years, two bakers, Flora and Yates, flirted. Sounds very salty. Oh dear. Is that Hans's brother? They grew their friendship, compared recipes, and combined knowledge. She loved his salt and pepper beard. Glad that's where it went. He adored her rosemary cheeks. They fought sweetly about one another. But he was one day whisked away, conscripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears began to salt her bread. The recipe asked the reader to combine flour, yeast, sugar, olive oil, and rosemary, combine the salt and water together, and add to the mixture and whisk until the dough begins to form. It was 10 to 12 years later that they met again, seemingly by fate. Flora's unique dough had earned her position as the king's personal baker. Yates had found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. One day they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift, 450 unbaked loaves, and were sent to the palace bakery to teach a method that required no kneading. Allow the dough to proof for 10 to 12 hours, then spread it out and let it sit for over 45 minutes on a floured baking sheet with no kneading. Next, prepare a Dutch oven preheated to 450 degrees. I don't know how these stories help. You remember the recipe, but it's fine. Upon seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. She felt as if she was torn in two. She had not been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace ovens. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fears that he'd be unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough. 8 years for the lyric LP. Cut the dough into 2 equal pieces and lightly sprinkle salt across the top of only one of them. Yates eased her pain. He insisted she had no obligation to prepare for a return she thought impossible, but he shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss their final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and entwined their doughs and baked them as one. Thus was born the plated loaf. Word quickly spread of this new delight. The king's decree on royal parchment was that it would be considered a delicacy. Roll and twist the pieces to entwine them, then take the twist and wrap around the inside of the Dutch oven, blah 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 blah. Bankrolled by the king, Flora and Yates spent their days baking together. They travelled for 45 years, then settled down for 15 more. Their souls were golden with no regrets. Lastly, bake for 45 minutes, remove lid, and observe until crust is golden brown, which could take up to 15 minutes. Okay, well, I mean, I get the idea of your story, but you want to be dealing with alright, we know nothing about a when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. That makes sense. Steve used to work extra hours to be there. Although they grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers. She now has a bun in the oven and they both work as much as they can. trying to save money to move to Boston and open their own restaurant. Okay. Nothing there. Well, that is the story of one of the affairs, although God knows how we're meant to piece that together, honestly. Yeah, one of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. This would have been between 68 and 84. But it was Elizabeth's daughter, who's probably Christine, who was working as one of his secretaries. Christine who? I have no idea. Unless we are suddenly taking married names rather than no, not a secretary. That's what they may have used him as. And he was called what, Steve? Dear. Okay, so 1921 has got to be the possible Elias one, I think. We don't know that for sure, but okay, so one of them's got to be Miracle. There's no reason for us to have got a picture of him again, I don't think. Oh, I see. We can go back to this. Can I reuse it though? No. All right. This is a website. I can't see Flora Yates being in a thing, but that was right. So nothing in there. I'm pretty happy with these three. This has apparently got clues to 8 different things. We were told somewhere that someone was trying to sell like an original version of that magazine. Now, it is recommended trying to get some web searches may yield new or different results, and some books and magazines from your previous version may be relevant to new one. Also, a much more widespread search. The list of first and last names you can choose from will contain red herrings. Not all of them will be used. Still available for convenience. Any searches that do not lead to new information still function as they did during your first investigation. Blah, 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 blah. Do. All right, so if you think Lauren had an affair, God, I can't remember what the romance books were called, but we could definitely find that out. Seems to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pictures of his cousin. Sends a list of questions that people kept emailing him. The most relevant ones are the following: are you a son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away from my mum when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back home to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. My dad and I spoke a few times when I found his phone number and a check he sent to us in the mail when I was 15. He was happy to hear from me. Now he calls me once a month and keen to visit me at college. He tells me about things I don't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madston. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. They sent the root treatment over the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5 and in the office with my dad and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. I don't know if my memories of that come from the picture or not. I knew I only had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Roottree Curse website and he emailed me some old stuff, including the proof. But even the proof, the website didn't take it down. I'm not good at spelling or writing. I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. Okay. Okay, so that's the old version that we had before. All right, well, that's Guy Hudson. That's his father. That's possibly Christine. Okay, that would seem to indicate that it probably wasn't. Who is your father again? Oh, that is Clark. do need to look up, really. As new president of the Roottree Corporation, but actually we've done this. According to Clark's letter, however, some family members are still doing their best to slow the investigation. I think I actually have read this letter. That says the family's not particularly happy with this and are doing their best every time. Many of them are actively avoiding our interviews. Everyone that's home prior causes headaches. Please don't mind if you do your research, but I see stop going to the press. If someone didn't have a child or has always been disqualified by lawyers, like in the case of the killer, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not looking for affairs and infidelities, we're only looking for potential root trees. Members of the original family tree. Just like last time, be sure to use birth names for everyone you add. Married names and nicknames won't be enough. To start sorting out, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men. I don't say this only because it could have been a lot harder for the women to hide 9 months pregnancy and birth without the family noticing, but I can't. I'll be blunt, I'm no stranger to infidelity. I wish I could claim that I was a perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? Some of us learn how to wield a family name, unfortunately, to our benefit. Consequences to be damned. I can't change the past, honor those who I've betrayed, so all I can do is be honest with myself. Okay. I did mean Roottree. You were correct. Was tracked down by a reporter as being in one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. She was relocated back to Pennsylvania, which began suffering from Alzheimer's. There's a minor backlash towards a reporter that tracked Lauren down because they were caught standing on a ladder and holding the camera over the privacy wall to take a photo of Lauren and her son Clark sitting on a bench outside near a small pond on the premises. I mean, that's just unnecessary. All right. From one of her brother Clancy's lectures on the Middle Ages. I put a wild card in. Will you bring me all books? No. It's worth a go. Because she definitely has other books. I just can't remember all of them. Alright, so what would your name have been? Have we just looked up Guy Hudson recently? The stories about debauchery and swinger parties, guy like to throw large holiday parties whenever he had an excuse, and they often got very out of hand. In fact, some people speculate that the night he died in a car crash, he was drunk or impaired in some way. That no party had taken place. Have been quick to threaten litigation to anyone who tried to disparage Guy or the company in public. Okay, no, that just does the same thing. No, that's the same one. I already have that one. Do. A few was later, Ron was dropped from the title entirely. There are 100 results about development, both titles. Some variant to about Ron in Business Watch. We already have Business Watch, I think. Yeah. So the truth what went on behind the scenes, not something he wished to discuss. Said he hopes to release a movie about it someday. Ron's mother Gwen died in Paris. He and his brother Robbie have seemingly made amends. Oh, that's sad. The article mentions that nobody from Roottree that they reached out was willing to go on the record. That events had been constructed for public record and sourced on the inside. The parts that are new to you, also the most vague parts, the ones posted confirmed by their source. The title says that the family actually held a preliminary vote after Carl Ritchie died, but before the release 6 pieces, decided they wanted Ron to take over because of experience running RR Productions, because he was well known around respected Roottree, but Ron seemed way too eager and personally motivated. They were worried he would gut the trust to remove Robbie. The family was notoriously unwilling to do anything that could risk their wealth. They stalled and Ron became frustrated with the delay. Came out, he saw a chance for action, blah, 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 blah. Okay. This caused chaos with the family. They tried to save face by allowing Ron to take over as co-president with Clark, but according to business source, Ron was impossible to deal with. He seemed like he was unwilling to protect the trust, and they eventually let him go. Who nobody was excited about, but seemed like the safest choice. Oh dear. All right, that didn't really help me though. If I'm honest, now would they cover like what are they called in that picture? The Roottree family picnic. Is that how you spell picnic? I think I spelled it like Yogi Bear would. Or is it picnic? Okay, it's nothing about those. Miracle did have one. It's more likely this one. He was a preacher, right? Yeah. It's going on a new tour of the United States. The previous flyer for 3 Generation Miracles has been replaced. Be a part of the history. The oldest living Roottree reprises and retell his incredible true story. Miracle Roottree grew up as one of the farmer's 5 pieces, living a life of wealth and luxury. But fortune was nothing compared to the powerful force of the Almighty. Doctors determined he was destined to die young, but fate had different plans. He's lived a long and fruitful life. However, he's now in his 70s, and his age is beginning to make life on the road more difficult. So he considered his last chance to see him in a town near you before he settled back down in Pennsylvania. Miracle will reminisce about his famous history. He'll discuss his family's saints and sinners and provide a unique perspective of one of the most notable families in the United States today. Learn what originally drove him away from his fortune and into the arms of religion, and learn how his life has become more wealthy in spirits than ever could have been from his inheritance. That also lists the churches he will be appearing in and mentions that tickets will be purchased at the local services. Notably absent are any mentions about Miracle's news appearances. God damn it. Okay, nothing new in there. The 5Ps was a Roottree. The article was from full DNA test proof that Miracle doesn't focus much on the details. He said he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes about the character of those who feels attacking his family. He starts with 6 pieces of content. He says that although most of the book was based in fact, it left out anything that wouldn't fit the agenda. He points out Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottree, and that Sam did the same before her. Oh, Sam's daughter, that's under you. Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. He claims that no, they didn't have to. The family helped pay for the son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says that the story about his father shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Miracle says it was EC's own choice. God, what a bastard. And Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness, especially considering that he and John continued to live together. Miracle then pivots to the fallout from 6 pieces. He recounts the deluded claims to the Clancy trust that family have been subjected to. He doesn't cite any specifics, says that every time someone comes forward, the family devolves to arguments. In fact, our outside legal team to help, but so far every case has been false. All they do is tarnish his family's reputation. Focuses on 5Ps who appeared on news time before him. He calls him a grifter and a delinquent and says he's using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. Of all the accusations, he says this is the most dangerous because it exposes the world to hatred. He cites 5Ps as lyrics as violent, sexist, and ungodly, and prays the boys will repent, retract his lies, and find religion. Lastly, turns to the future. Miracle states that those that wish to hear the true story can join him on his farewell tour this upcoming fall. The Miracles Roottree are planning on touring the country's churches one last time, and at now 871, Miracle is the oldest living Roottree. But he plans to continue preaching in his own church. This is your last chance to hear the truth from the man. The Miracle's son did not wish to comment and has a statement from Miracle does not speak for his entire family. We're working carefully on a plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. This article also doesn't refute Miracle's claim that he's the oldest living Roottree, despite Sam Marsden being born the year before him. It was unclear if Miracle made that claim out of ignorance or spite. Okay. It's the same old web page. All right. God, I already feel like I'm flailing around with this one. Um, nothing there. Do. Who is Brenda? Oh, Brenda was wife. As you can tell, Carl and Brenda Roottree never had any marital issues. You'd also come across an article about a Kristen Valdez who claims to have been Carl's high school sweetheart before Brenda. She doesn't make any claim about having a child with him. She just appeared to be paid to talk about his early life. Most of it is boring. She says that they met when he was sent to a private school near her hometown and broke up when he graduated and moved back to Butler County. Okay, not hugely interesting. That's the exact same search. I said that the chirping background and purple text and traditional black text on the white background. Young women also tend to cite more for the sisters and the father. It seems like she did end up getting her ears pierced like Rose after all. There information to picture the girls with a sad MIDI piano playing in the background. You find that a charity has been set up in the girl's name, the Roottree Sisters Fashion Scholarship. With no text on it. On the lead page, you learn that Root is currently managed by a designer who was apparently Brenda White's second in command. You don't recognize the name. She's unrelated to your search. There's also a scholarship page. Apparently, it also gives them an opportunity to show off their designs. Okay. For the shares, it would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottree Sisters. It's managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. Seems that Ruby actually approached the Roottree sometime in late March after the Roottree rift. Travel to work for a very little money, so as long as you be a public face, build a reputation. For the tent to spend as little time as possible. I was looking over more carefully than anyone had in years. We came to the conclusion that Clancy Edward Roottree's implementation was not legally sound, and there would be constant legal challenges without some modifications. Primarily decided to put him in charge of the trust, both legally as a public face, and further issues. Her first move was thought trial run before she was even hired, was to help draft a public statement restricting Sam to the family. To clearly suggest. Verify any claims to trust, not as various charitable causes. Okay. Not a lot on it. Bu- 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 bu. Do. Was pulled from shelves and upcoming collector's item. Wouldn't be in the library, would it? They didn't do books. Alright, that isn't getting me anywhere. I've kind of forgotten who you are. That was Ruby. We've looked up both of them, but well, we did on the thing. We didn't just look them up. From Gospel, I'm pretty sure it's about Miracle. Because I'm sure they ran away to Thailand at one point. All right, so what I don't know is what your maiden name was likely to be. Um, what's your husband's name? Riley. Nothing there. Nothing there at all. Even the stuff about Elizabeth and the picnic didn't give. No. Brr, 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 brr. It's one of the companies created to manufacture and ship Roottree candy as part of the Roottree Everywhere initiative near the beginning of 1979. Seemed to be a success. You do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information about it. Brazil was the only region in which the caviar flavored were a hit. To this day, sold to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5 pieces bag with Portuguese writing. A small tame now named Alvalglos, São Bernardo de Campo, became the location changed by the Roottree Candy Company after new elected politician named Edson Soares. The factory's controversial. Locals did not want it there. The Rootrees visited Brazil around Christmas, managed to break ground on the project. The first was the Encenado de Bordeaux. That involved all of the factory an unsuccessful strike that involved all the factory workers being replaced. Goddamn. The factory was originally built and run by a small company called New Brazil Candy Corporation. This company no longer exists. Not much information ever exists about it. The Rootrees now run Roottree Brazil entirely. Okay. Translates to Maple Fire. In 82, the factory was deliberately attacked in a case of clear arson. The fire was brought under control after destroying about 2/3 of the production floor. Locals claimed that the air smelled like a mix of burning plastic and maple syrup. The factory was rebuilt and continues production to this day. At the time, it was unknown why this happened. But last year, a news special did list this as an incident as one of a few others in the small town as backlash to perceived corruption in the government at the time. According to the report, the mayor of the city was found to be receiving a cut of the factory's profits. You find a dissertation published by a college student as part of their PhD in history. It focuses on the rise of democracy in Brazil. Up until 88, Brazil was run by the military, and the politics during that time were often a hotbed for corruption and nepotism. Paper tells a few politicians time, including Edson Soares. Edson is a former mayor of Brazil. He was a manager at an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company by the military government. As mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of American business, established new factories. First, he became quite rich. Second, many locals were forcibly relocated. Yeah, he sounded like that real nice kind of guy. It's not making him a popular mayor, and what the paper speculates was a move to counteract some popularity. His wife Sonia was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Teleread. He often used his connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television, spouting his beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. The first election has been to grab control. After the election, Ossie quickly left town behind, does not know where he's gone. The visitation even speculates he likely fled to stay alive. Very likely, yes. Okay, so you would be called. There's a news anchor in Brazil named who has a mother named Sonia. Okay. Flavio Soares is a young Brazilian newscaster with a bit of a cult following. The discourse surrounding him is, to put it in polite terms, lewd. There's a website about something called fan fiction that has a small section dedicated to him. It seems that women and some men of a wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their stories. You skim some of their tales there and learn a common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get her out of the picture rather quickly. There are also more traditional fan sites that list some things about him, including his age, he's Libra, his favourite food, and his mother's name. Also, it seems that Flavio translates to golden-haired. One website with a signed publicity photo of Flavio seems to confirm this. The photo has been added to your evidence. Okay, let's look up. Ashley York is a British supermodel who does ads for perfume, clothing, and jewellery. She's been the subject of some controversy in the past few months, having been processed by PETA for wearing fur on the cover of some magazines. She's dating a young Brazilian news anchor named Flavio Soares, which has brought them both somewhat into the limelight. Do we think you're the second? Oh, wait, you've had many affairs. Okay. I didn't realize Guy Hudson had been... you're reading creepy fan fiction at work and calling it research? Oh, yeah. Alright, we still don't know her Christian name. So you could actually be anywhere along here. In fact, we know you did get married, so you're probably down there. I'll put you as Garland for now, although that would be your married name. All right, so you had 3 possible infidelities between 95 and 82. The one in Brazil probably was here. It's a bit of a leap, and I don't have a picture of her. See the news anchor? He's a newscaster. Okay, yeah, I think that's got to be that right. No, not Flores. Suarez. And she was... No, wait, you were married to that politician guy, right? So I've got that wrong, I think. Do. Yeah, because his wife was Tanya. Okay, so no, you wouldn't be... It was Guy Hudson who went down to Brazil, right? I'm not even sure. Hey, and Aaron, thank you for the 7-stream streak as well. It's very much appreciated. On the hood of the car and leaning toward, they were leaving very little to be explored. Things getting Neolithic on their Honda Civic. I refused because I wanted to have sex on my own accord. And how's it going? I hope you're doing well.
Hello!
Can't complain. That's good. Since we found out Guy Hudson went to Brazil. Yes. And then this Elizabeth's daughter, who was could then possibly be down here, because I mean, no, this would make sense. I think that they had one kid in wedlock and one kid due to infidelity. That makes sense. Although the ages wouldn't make a huge amount of sense to me based on what I feel I know about them. So they may actually end up going over here as the final affair, because that does make more sense to me. Your king is in your country. Oh yeah, he's doing the opening of Parliament, isn't he, or something? Ah, dear. He's not my king. He's my Duke of Normandy. Thank you very much. Yes, our Duke of Normandy became your king. Yes. I think we do. I think we do refer to him as king because we are part of part of Great Britain and part of Great Britain. I think was what we're, or the United Kingdom, whichever one is the larger of the two. The King of England is not a monarch. The King of Canada is. They just happen to be the same person. But yes, because we were part of Normandy when they invaded in 1066. So yeah, it's like our Duke of Normandy became the King of England. But yes, I think we are definitely considered like part of the monarchy. So yeah, I think we probably do refer to them as king and queens. Sorry, my glasses were filthy. You only expect the King of Jamaica? Was that not? Was Jamaica one of the? I honestly can't remember the history of Jamaica that well. Was Jamaica one of the ones that just threw the UK out? While Lizzie was around, we could get a free small poster size photo of Queen Elizabeth. And the Sharon says Queen of Canada. Yeah, I think Jamaica just very recently became a republic, right? If that's even what you call it. I honestly can't remember. It's an independent Commonwealth, but the monarchy is still in place. Oh, I honestly thought they'd... Which island then? Which one of the island nations very recently, just by recently, I probably mean like the past decade or possibly 5 years, got rid of the monarchy? Blah, 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 blah. The pharmacist shut down. Not from it was partial, but when they rebuilt, they named the non-fiction section after her. The library was expanded again and then closed. Okay. Oh, was it Barbados? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You find multiple libraries in the area. According to the website for the library system in Miami, the building where it once sat is now the Miami Print Museum. Searching for the Miami Print Museum, you come across their website. It states the hours and a list of exhibits. The building is very small. Admission is free, and they only have room for a few different displays. One of the exhibits is their courtyard, which includes a fountain as well as a statue of an unknown author. The picture has been added to evidence. Another is a printing press that was used by the Miami Sunday, now defunct weekly newspaper. The last is the original print of Cuba by Cubans. I don't like the way you say it at first glance there. Okay, I think we need to do some more research into... What was your book called? Family Man. A reprinting of an old book about Elias Roottree. It's blatant corporate propaganda. My favorite kind of propaganda. The dictionary defines propaganda as information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. But if they were to replace that definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. The book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know of his true feelings towards some of his extended family, you're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of this book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. The best thing is going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. Oof, I hope when my book comes out it doesn't get reviews like that. You were listening to a podcast about Barbados' flag, which is very new and designed by an American.
Well, let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life. 3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news. I felt terrible, so I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me. I went to the media prematurely. I admit my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company records I managed to track down.
I like new information.
The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck.
People have said that about me before. People of Barbados did not like that and gently rebelled, which I think included being so mean to the UK representative they just went home immediately. All right, a lot new information. This woman named Regina Clementine, we're going to have to look at that name, came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a Roottree. The details of this case can be found in the evidence. Stuart is the older boy wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Roottree. Okay. This is all the information I have about Regina. Okay, Nese Salazar from New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband Stuart Clementine. She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently, the Roottree lawyers went after us, and Sam, by the time I received the letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who was a police officer, never knew his father, told her he thought he might be a Roottree, but he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. Showing to me behind his back, normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stuart's mother was named Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s, a singer who went on tour to a lot of churches. You can look her up online, and she was a pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times, and Regina said that Stuart told her that they always seemed to spend a lot of time at the Miracle Church. Send me a photo to prove that she's who she says she is. I've attached it to this email. Basically, to the saving a tree, and I love the fact that she's putting her book title down the bottom of her email. All right, nothing there. Okay, I'm not getting anything from those. Clementine isn't that popular. Last time you managed to find a Stuart Clementine listed as one of many names on an emergency service website in New Orleans. It seems he's a police officer. He has no web presence. Okay. We knew that anyway. Regina is in Saskatchewan. Mary Beth Clementine was a singer most popular in the years between 42 and 59. Traveled around the country performing at churches. Her repertoire was a mix of religious and popular songs, and although she recorded a few records, they seem lost to time. The one you find mentioned was a cover of He's Got the Whole World in His Hands, released under the label New Edison. New Edison was a small record label based in Los Angeles that existed for a few years in the 40s. It raced to release cover records of songs that were gaining popularity. According to a website about the history of recorded sound, it was named after its founder, Sterling Edison. His biggest claim to fame is being sued by the estate of Thomas Edison in Edison Records versus Edsel. You also find a few references to New Edison and Mary Beth Clementine as such by records. One clip says that the Holy Grail is a re-release of the Old Rugged Cross. It says that the first edition was originally published before she legally changed her name. Another site claims that the police had to be called to New Edison Records after its owner, Sterling Edison. Let's highlight his name as well. Got in a physical altercation in public, leading to a divorce. There are no cited sources or evidence, and the site's content seems user submitted. There's an email address at the bottom and the phrase, "Send me your stories about Old Hollywood and I'll add them to the page." Okay, we also need to highlight this. Alright, let's look up Sterling Edison first. Okay, nothing new there. As one of the first record labels named after Thomas Edison, the history of the company seems very unimportant, except for a potential lawsuit they filed in 1949. A website about lawsuits mentions that this is a fun case because the name of the lawsuit was actually the biggest problem for the person being sued. A record producer who called himself Edison was immediately outed as not actually being named Edison. Edsel was a German last name. At the time of the founding of the company, the US was at war with Germany. The company's founder immediately settled to try and get the case to go away. All right, so that would make you Sterling Edsel. Okay, nothing there though. That sounds like a legit case. Is Mary Beth Quaker. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. The cover, and the writer complimented the voice and the tone of a guitar. The review had nothing to say about Mary Beth herself, so it's not much use to investigation. The angel was advertised and not reviewed. Okay. I was going to say that I could find anything there is unlikely. Okay, so we're thinking then that it would be this infidelity here, where she was Mary Beth Quaker, who was a singer, musician. We should then make this and we think we have a photo of Mary Beth, right? That was this one. So this would then be Stuart What's Its Face. If this is true, we don't know if any of this is true. Is he just Stuart Clementine? He was the older one in the vest. And he is a police officer. And then this would be Regina Salazar. If true. She's playing the wrong type of guitar for the musical genre in the period. I don't know what this bit is then about. Oh, because he would have, well, he would have had a brother. But that wouldn't make them a root tree necessarily. Okay, I'm not too sure about that. I think we got that wrong. We haven't looked at the confidential thing yet, which may give us some more. Well, no, I guess that could be. That would probably be your husband, who I think is probably going to turn out to be Sterling Edsel. That is a massive leap of faith there. There was the argument to indicate that they may have split up. This I don't understand at all. Because surely you'd have to be over here to then make these root trees, unless you're further down here, and I've completely misunderstood where everything is going to go. Pretty sure that's a picture of Guy Hudson. All right. You've given some partial staff records cross-referenced by Sam Madsen. These records are based on old tax mailing information and only detail the employees who work directly for Roottree or in the corporate office. The many labourers on the farms and in the factories are not listed. You're not sure how helpful it will be, except for cross-referencing Guy's secretaries and visits overseas. Spider searching people just because they listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. Doesn't mean I'm not going to do it. Okay, Elizabeth Cravenworth is worth highlighting. And I believe Joanna Robinson is also worth highlighting. There's that possible second Elizabeth. It was that retiring guy will be taking over at the start of 78. They had a retirement party in November. But Guy Hudson is replaced. Yeah, Joanna Robinson became Joanna Fellows. And the other one we're looking for is a Christine, who may have just entered the picture. Yes. She became Garland. So yeah, Christine. Not sure that picture is correct for her. I'm pretty happy with this one. That I'm not sure of at all. And I'm not convinced about this one either, because I feel like that would have locked in place with these other four if it had been correct. So yeah, we may be wrong. Well, no, we knew we were wrong there, right? Because... Okay, so we know this isn't Christine anymore. I'm glad we put Stephen Garland's name in both places, and it kind of helped us out as we made our way through. Because at least we know that she does belong there, even if that's not a picture. You were married, but you got divorced. Or split up, which could mean, I think you have to go here then. So I think you probably belong here. which would make me you. And you were something to do with a TV show, but I've forgotten, a TV network, but I've forgotten already. And then your husband was the corrupt politician who's... Ah, Soros wouldn't have been your maiden name. John Miller is no longer employed. God, Beth Knox, 50-year work anniversary bonus, $50,000 in 1976. That's not bad. God, you wouldn't get that now. Alright, Guy Hudson, head of Roottree, Elizabeth Crazenworth and Lloyd Carpenter are no longer employed by Roottree. I feel like we should look her up at some point. Rafa Tunes is now listed as office staff. That's not how that works. Okay, we've got a few crosses. Kristen Garland has left. Terry O'Connor was hired season 4 and has been moved to office staff. These will make sense, I think, as we make our way further down Guy's many different affairs. 50k 1976 is nearly 300,000 adjusted for inflation. I mean, that's not bad, right? 50k would have brought you a house. And if you already had a house, probably was enough to retire on until you died. Yeah, I think we need to... Oh, he got the same bonus in 1983? That can't have been as worth as much. Oh, dear. All right, so... Which names did I highlight? I feel like we already know this person. I don't know why, though. All right, so... Like, it wouldn't make sense that they were split up. So this student, did I just read this letter completely incorrectly? No, her husband is Stuart Clementine. She wrote about a month ago. Apparently, her husband is a police officer, never knew his father. Should we bounce back? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, she was a pretty big proponent of adoption. Which is interesting, which could mean that even though he may be a Roottree, he may not be under this one. Because Because again, if this is right, which I don't think it is, then okay, great. He's a Roottree. But then what the fuck is all this about? Although I guess I would have the same question on this one as well. Because if that's a result of infidelity, then we don't give a shit about this other one. Oh, what was your father called? That doesn't appear your name. Ah, must be this Edson guy. So again, we don't know what your maiden name would have been. And you were in Brazil, so there's no real reason why it would be listed in here. Let's have a look for some Sonia. My God, how much of a party was that for $20,000 fucking dollars in 1977? Jesus Christ. Although I guess modern parties go into the millions, so when you got money, you waste it. Okay, travel expenses were listed. That's probably what we want. Australia, China, France, Brazil. Okay, the fact you were an interpreter and possibly traveled with him makes me think you've got to be a good suspect for possible shenanigans. You were then moved to office staff. In America, it costs a lot of money if you want to ski down a mountain of cocaine. Oh wow, look at them wasting all these money on these different flavors. What even is this? Oh, it's the Chinese word for watermelon. Well, there you go. Thank you for including that, games. I didn't have to go outside of you to know what that was. Grandorf Dove. The Grandorf School for the Deaf, formerly Grandorf Dove, is located about an hour from where the Roottree offices used to be in Butler County, but it says much of that part of Pennsylvania It's formerly named Grandorf Dove because Grandorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is the Danish word for deaf. The founder had issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. It was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in those early days. You scan through all of the biographies and you find that the principal, Miss Ford, again, the Susan Ford is coming up, is fluent in 5 languages, including American Sign Language. She's been working at the school for over 15 years. Miss Ford bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but have learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions she's responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. It's a separate, much smaller building, half a block from the main campus, and operates as a small independent school that offers free sign language courses for the family members, friends, and caretakers of deaf children. According to the history site, they got their name after the president of the Roottree Company generously donated $250,000 towards the construction of the building. There's also a very vague history section that you can somewhat fill in the details of other mentions about the school. It mentions that the donation came with the assistance of an employee of Roottree at the time. It mentions that she learned ASL from the main school to surprise her future husband, who was deaf. After realizing how useful a service like this could be to non-deaf people that wish to better serve those with hearing issues, she convinced Roottree management to invest in the school. The Hudson Wing opened and she became the first teacher at the new campus. At first, it only operated on weekends, but since then it has added afternoon classes on some weekdays. Okay. Endless lifts and snow cantations and weekend events that happen over 70 years. Randolph Dove was at the centre of a crime article from 1982. It seems that someone defaced the school and vehicles outside of the brand new Hudson Wing of the school. There are multiple broken windows, and one of the teachers' cars was painted with profanities and accusations of infidelity. A few weeks later, a follow-up article provides more details. There was one arrest, Thomas Hughes, who was coincidentally a former student at the school. Apparently, the destruction came weeks after he married the school's newest teacher, Mrs. Hughes. She was not a teacher when he went. He graduated a few years earlier. According to the reporters investigating into police reports, trials, and restraining orders, Mr. Hughes was convinced that he was not the father of Mrs. Hughes' current pregnancy. He was released on bail, and the school has agreed not to press criminal charges after an agreement was made to pay for the damages and for the couple to begin the divorce proceedings. Have all avoided further appearances in the Butler County Times. That's a shame, because I was just about to search for Thomas. All right. Interesting. You weren't deaf, you were blind. Yes, I'm pretty happy with that. I don't know about that picture, but I'm pretty happy with where she should be. Again, she has 2 children, but I only think one of them is a Roottree. So again, I'm a little bit confused about some of the information we're putting down. And as for who was involved in this one, I don't know. Oh, but they were married. Oh, that's just a family tree update. wonder if there was a kid here then. Or one of these. I wonder if they finally had their child. The first is baby photo. There you see a picture of their new family together in the hospital. Couldn't cite, a daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. The next second is what's next. Okay. There you are. Oh god, you were called like Stephanie Landon. You were a politician. You were called Brian Jones. Your occupation is going to be baby. You were named after your grandmother. So you're Caroline Jones. And you're a baby. Okay, so you are not correct. Or maybe it's your picture that's not correct. No, because that's the picture you gave, right? Showing your mother. Yeah. So you're not Robertson. Although, I really think you are. Oh, I didn't mean. Baby job, baby? Yes, the baby's job is being a baby. Okay, they leave. I'm convinced that is correct. But it can't be. Because it hasn't cleared itself out. So that is interesting. Okay, we now know that is correct. And we now know that that is correct. So what the fuck is all this about on this side? There must be a... No, I don't see why I need to work out the Sterling side of the family tree. Because they're not root trees. But there's obviously more to this than I'm catching on to at the moment. I don't know what is wrong here. You would have married fellows. You were a secretary. It'd be weird if that wasn't your picture, seeing as that's what got you into this. Very confused by that one. All right, we were trying to look up your occupation. Was discreetly put in charge of a television station. Game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnston looked up cities in Brazil that had a lot of manufacturing so he could place a fictional factory there. He didn't want to offend any Brazilians with the tale he was writing, so the small town name he made up where the factory was located was invented by mixing two other regions. Oh dear. I was just wondering because of the link to an American car manufacturer. No, that's a different one. Okay, so we just get a Sonia here. They must have met in Brazil. It would put the other affair, I think, probably with Susan Ford. Whoever the hell she is. That could be... Your father is who again? Oh, your father is Clark. I mean, if that's not your photo, then Oh no, because there's a bloody another affair down here as well. God damn it, guy. Keep your bloody penis in your trousers. Good God, man. Whenever I hear your mother in a British accent, all I think of is Richard Ayoade doing Yo Mama jokes on the Big Fat News Year's show. Oh, the New Year's Eve quiz, yeah. Yeah, it was her adoption. She's listed on many sites to mention adoption. She adopted 2 children in the late 40s, Stuart and Mark, who are not connected to this at all, which makes sense. First adoption of an African-American child to a white family in the United States. She was specifically there to detail experience going through the system to adopt Stuart. Her other son was adopted later and according to a single line in one adoption site under unusual circumstances. Mary Beth had been twice divorced, both times to her manager Sterling. We kind of pieced that together. This ended her career with the religious audience she'd been catering to, and while she performed occasionally since then, she mostly faded into obscurity. Oh dear. Most of his affairs are with married women. Oh dear. All right, so but you said he was adopted, but we disagree. So your other son, Mark, may also have not been adopted. Crocodile Clementine is listed on a website titled The Infamy List. It is a massive list of criminals who are known for odd crimes. Although Mark's nickname would imply he hails from Florida or Australia, Mark is listed as being from LA. He has a pretty big entry. He seems like a real piece of work. There's a very small note about him being the basket baby of 1950, but most everything else comes from his adulthood. He lost his job in 1975 as a pilot for a regional airline after he tried to board the wrong airline's plane. He was drunk. He was charged with trespassing and assault. In 82, he was arrested for transporting smuggled animals over the Canadian and Mexican borders for an illegal reptile supply in LA. He was apparently quite successful for the first 4 years, but was caught when he had to make an emergency landing in Portland after he was bitten on the foot by a crocodile. Apparently, the Portland Telegraph is credited as having given him his nickname. His mugshot from this incident has been added to your photos. In 93, he was released on parole, but his freedom didn't last long. He was arrested in 94 in San Diego for violating it in an attempt to visit his daughter's graduation. He famously punched the principal, a man named Billy Sims. This incident... Okay, there's more things to go down here. First of all, is the Portland Telegraph something we can add to our periodicals? Based out of Portland, they have a website with a lot of dry statistics about how many subscribers they have, how many issues there have been, and awards they have won. Okay. Oh, dear. All right, the basket baby of 1950. A gospel singer named Mary once found herself dealing with a real-life baby Moses situation. Apparently, she was a rather prominent supporter of the concept of adoption, and someone decided to test how much. They left a baby on her doorstep in a basket. According to the site, she adopted him without question and raised him as her own son, although it wasn't national news in many circles of kin known as the basket baby, and he even went on tour with her as he grew up. None of the websites state who the woman or baby were, likely to prevent people from looking into either of the people too closely. From context, you know that it's Mary Beth Clementine, who would later be shunned due to her personal life with her son Mark, who would later be known as Crocodile Clementine. Crocodile Shoe Clementine. Alright, so this is... who might be you, but that's a bit of a reach. Your occupation is criminal? No. Smuggler? I don't know what I would put your occupation out given these options. Unknown is probably my guess. Sadly, entrepreneur is not an option. Nor is crocodile. It's gonna have to be unknown for now. Oh no, wait, this is... that's Mark Clementine. Although you do have two pictures. I'll use the one that we definitely know is you for now. Ne'er do well. Politics satisfies all those categories, mostly criminal. Alright, so let's search for you. He's only called because he was bit by a crocodile on the leg, and that's called a mayday because he was losing blood. He tried to tell them that he was a crop duster who somehow cut his leg on a loose piece of metal in the cockpit. Oh dear. Alright, nothing for Stu. Quite a lot of new things have been based around Portland, so I think we'll be able to find quite a lot here, but we'll have to go back through our information. I suspect that is Mark. Although honestly, they're singing, it could be, especially with the hair, it could be a Roottree. And the implication is that he is somehow related to Miracle, but we'd have to really try and piece that together, I think, for it to even make sense that he's put on this chart and that we'd even be interested in his kids. He has to be a Roottree. We're pretty happy with that. The fact that this didn't ping last time does worry me. I'm not gonna lie. Because I think that is 100% correct. Oh, we should look at the farm again, actually. I forgot what you were actually called. um. Yeah, I'll be around Sunday. If you want to do something, LP. Okay, so it wasn't you took that picture either. I don't think it's particularly useful to my. Okay, that just gives me that a do. Okay, nothing in there. I'll got you down to 7. So that's good. It's the Anderson farm. Okay, that's just the same one. I have a feeling this might be Bess Williams here, but yeah, see, it is funny that you don't say that either of these were adopted. That is really a huge maybe on that one. Because again, that brings you here. wanted to search for this, see if this was another periodical we can get added. The major non-periodical became the Miami Mercury Sunday, which folded after only a year. Right, so that's probably going to give us the. We found a small website about quirky printing history facts about was the outcome of merging two smaller failing newspapers. This resulted in one larger failing newspaper, which was only notable to the author because by combining the names in the way they did, it was tied for the longest title for an American newspaper at the time. Okay, so nothing particularly. Jefferson, Texas is a real place with a real newspaper called the Jefferson Jimplecute. As far as you can tell, nobody you've been investigating lives in Texas. Alright, so nothing really interesting there, which is a shame. I know you said that I'd already searched for it, but let's do it anyway. Okay. All right, let's. On second glance, it still doesn't seem related to your search in any way. Oh dear. You're teasing me and testing me. Okay. She could also be the one up here, honestly. We still don't necessarily know her maiden name. She did get married. She could be up here. There's nothing indicating anywhere that she ever had a child, so we may be barking up the wrong tree there. Some of the things we read definitely mentioned Portland. I don't even remember November Roottree. Oh, she was the dancer. We guessed that. We brute forced that. We never actually found that out for ourselves. Apparently found that out through a search for Brian Jones. Alright, nothing new here. few new clients. All of them are in and around Butler County. And doesn't appear. Okay. I was hoping we might get a new a copy of the new flyer, which I'm sure came from them. Yeah. This must have been where we were meant to find out she was a dancer. Oh, November Studios is listed under choreography. Yeah, we never put that together last time. Website now lists the hours of November Studios. They open at 1 p.m. on most weekdays, but are closed on Wednesdays. This changes everything. You'd have meant that this is incredibly vital information wasn't available months ago when it truly mattered. Dear. Dear. All right, that didn't help. They went to Boston. Says they traveled for 45 years.
Go ahead. Make my day.
How's it going? We think this is to do with the Stephen Garland. Is that not how he spelled his name? Yes, he was a Steven rather than a step hen. I'm sure I found your name somewhere before. Okay, that's what you... Although, maybe not. Hey, there he is. Why didn't you work? Oh, did I call you Steven? Are you just a Steve? No, you come on Steve here. Okay. Okay, it doesn't give me any more information. So he can keep an eye on his son. So he already had a son. Was sued by Garland Afghanistan's in produce what Kitchen Tales television. That's where we got the recipe from. That's the same thing. Was he not called Mark Zimmerman? Was he just Zimmer? Oh, as a couple credited to Garland and Zimmer. It was released in 94. It was actually quite successful after the duo appeared to promote it on Daytime Talk Show. The recipes are accompanied by stories that help the reader remember the ingredients. The reviewer says it seems perfect for Lynn to cook with the entire family. Okay, so that's where garnishing the truth came in. How would I look that up? Can you do an and? Series of acknowledgements from Steve. The first is, Catherine, thank you for everything. Your support means the world to me. You're the apple of my pie. The second is to James and Robert. You're becoming amazing men and incredible chefs. I guess I'm a good teacher. The final is to Mark Zimmer. You proved my storytelling approach to recipes could be popular. Without you, this book couldn't exist. There's also a forward by Mark Zimmer. I first met Steve in 78 when he taught a cooking class. The next time I saw him was over a decade later when he was suing me for stealing his recipes. Yes, really. So you might wonder what I'm doing in this introduction. Well, it turns out that Steve and I had more in common than we thought. Instead of settling in court, we settled it at McCarran's Brew House over a game of darts. They said they'd give us the first drinks of the night free for an entire year for mentioning them. By the end of the game, he and I agreed we'd both rather make a ton of money together than spend a ton of money on lawyers. It's pretty rare to meet your best friend so late in life. But when I decided to retire, I moved to Boston just so we could hang out. So if you're browsing this book in a bookstore, please buy our book. We need more money for when the free beer runs out, and the bookstore could probably use the sale. Okay, so we now know that his children are called James and Robert. And they are both becoming chefs. Do I know which order they go in? No. Oh God, what's their surname? Garland. Or at least trainee chefs. Okay, nothing interesting there. There's a pub in Boston and they have a website. Apparently the bar's been around a long time. On the site, there's a list of famous people who've had a drink there, including former president of the United States. There's also a few listing television shows and books that have mentioned McCarran's as well as how they came up. One of them is Garnishing the Truth, which the site has to say about local and regular. Stevie G wrote a book about food. We prefer cocktails, but he gave us a shout out and we ain't going to say no to free press. So grab a bite at his kids' joint, Friday. That hurts. Friday is a fairly popular restaurant in Boston. They don't have a website, but many locals seem to mention them in various places. One more in-depth review explains it's not a full restaurant, just a front door and a very small interior with a window. And usually the restaurant only serves vegetables, but a lot of reviews say that in spite of that, it's delicious. You also find a short story about it listed on a website called My Boston Homepage. Whoever runs the page seems to just link to random sites related to Boston, tell personal anecdotes related to Boston, and give their relatively short opinions on things in Boston. It's very unorganized. It has this to say about Friday. Wicked overrated. I saw it in Chef's Signature, so I went, and there was a huge line, and they didn't have a single meat dish. What's even the point? Oh, dear. All right. That's probably not there. What was it called? Friday. Covered Friday less than a year ago, right around the time you were doing your initial investigation. Each article in the Chef's Section tends to focus on a restaurant, and like the magazine's name implies, each restaurant lists the one main dish that the head chef is known for. Friday's signature is the samosa cone. Hippies and vegetarians, double gross. Can a vegetarian diet be trendy? Sitting Down with the Garlands, the new boys in Boston. Featured James and Robert Garland on the cover of the November 1998 issue. According to the article, the two brothers owned a small walk-up window in Boston called Friday. A play on the tie-dye shirts that the servers wear. They exclusively serve vegetarian dishes. Most of the offerings are heavily inspired by the powerful spices found in Thai and Indian food. Their signature dish is the samosa cone, which from a distance somewhat resembles a traditional ice cream, complete with waffle pattern. Instead, it contains fried potatoes, pureed peas, carrots, and a special gingerbread sauce. Robert, who is 3 years younger than James, okay, so that gives us the ages, jokes that although the age difference has left him delegated to wear the sous chef jacket his whole life, he doesn't mind. As a result, James answers most of the interview's questions. James credits his love for food and his culinary skills to the upbringing. Speaking of vegetarians, smoked it up yet? I don't think Road Dog's new smoker has turned up, right? I think he said it was turning up in June at some point, if I remember correctly. Most kids hate vegetables growing up, but they don't have parents like we did. My father was a chef, and my mother grew up on a farm that supplies his restaurant. June 7th. That's how they met. I don't have any memories from the farm or anything like that since we moved here before I could even talk, but they told me stories. My dad's a great storyteller. He even wrote a book that partially helped fund Friday. I'm going to cough again. I blame the change in weather. When we moved, they were looking to open their own restaurant together. Unfortunately, they never got it off the ground. His line cook gig ended up being less temporary than he hoped, and she had to go back to work as a secretary even after Robert was born. Before we were old enough to go to school, we spent our days with my aunt. In the diner where we worked, my dad had no room for experimenting, so he'd exercise his skills at home on his days off. We'd always go shopping and cook as a family on those days, and even though we were hyper kids running around and causing a ruckus, those were some of our family's favourite memories since we were all together. Mum always had the eye for the best vegetables for him to work with, and she did her best to pass it on to us. According to the article, their parents, who are now retired, visit Friday often. They even have a signature dessert, the Sistine apple. Apple pie has always been my mum's favourite, and my dad always had this stupid line he used to make her laugh involving apple pie. Most people realise it's a Sistine Chapel pun and assume that's all there is to it, but it's actually secretly named after them, sort of. Okay, so James is the older one, which is what I did. And then we just have to try and get these pictures the right way around. Alright, more clues. Hello,
Sam
Carl.
reached out to me finally. I think I have you to thank for that one. My family's in a bit of a rough patch. Even though the candy is selling better than ever, everyone is fighting over the trust. The majority of us want to dissolve it. On paper, it seems like the right decision. The arguments about what to do next are endless and heated. More than a few Roottrees are worried about losing their wealth. I don't think we deserve it more than anyone else. I love my family, my wife, my daughters, even my son, who I hardly ever get to see. I want to keep them safe and secure. I didn't do anything to deserve this fortune. Hell, I probably deserve it less than most. It took me way too long to get my life together. Okay, enough about me. Here's the deal. I can't stop the majority from voting one way or another. If you keep passing along potential Roottrees, I'll keep adding them to the list. On the other hand, there's been some leaps forward in genetics. It may sound like science fiction, but we can actually determine who's in the family just by testing their DNA. What you've done so far has been very useful. Just keep filling out the tree and we'll prepare for the tests.
Where's my new information? Son of a bitch. Oh dear. No, I believe the way the trust works is that all of the money, basically all of the money that the Roottree Candy Company makes goes into the trust and is then proportioned out. They did tell us how it worked at one point. So if you are a blood relative, you get it's either a proportion or a set amount when you turn 18, I think. All right, you are not right, which I am really surprised by again. They were Robertson, right? And not just Robert. No, Joanna Robertson is no longer listed, but a Joanna Fellows is. Am I spelling her Joanna wrong? No. And I'm convinced that's her. All right, well, clearly I'm wrong. Okay, so we did get the affair here right, at least. But this is a fairly long tree to go down where we got not a lot to go on. The baby wasn't indeed baby. No, that can't be you because that doesn't make... I mean, it could make sense. No, because you said on that picture, you said it was definitely a picture of your mother. He claims, yeah, he's been on the cover holding the Polaroid of his mother, Joanna. Unless she's somewhere in the background. Or he had no idea what his mother looked like or who his mother was, which may come out. At some point during these. Okay. Yeah, it was unlikely. She was definitely a secretary. So yes, I'm surprised that one isn't right. If you were just in charge of a TV station, would you consider yourself a media mogul? Okay, and your occupation being unknown is also incorrect. So what were you before you were a criminal? Filthy, filthy criminal. Clementine? Clementine? About the fight between Sims and Crocodile, but tried to approach from a different perspective. The goal was to paint a picture of two men involved from others who knew them best. Who the fuck is Sims? As well as multiple staff members of this school, but they hunted down... Okay, well, Colleen Webb is Mark's ex-wife, so that's something. According to the section with Colleen, she and he met when he was a pilot, wasn't he? He was a drunk pilot. Is pilot not an option? There we go. According to section with Colleen, she and he met when he worked for an airline. She worked in the airport newsstand. He was a drinker and would often have wild mood swings. When he charged her assault with a fellow pilot in 75 and lost his job, they divorced. At the time, she was pregnant with their second daughter, and she felt she needed to get out before things got worse. She left him and moved to San Diego to live with her sister and told her oldest that her dad had to fly planes for the army. She raised them both by herself, and although she never went through the trouble of changing their names legally, they used the Webb name so that nobody could connect them to her husband. Okay, so there's two younger Clementine daughters here, but more known as Webb. Well, that didn't work. It was apparently a search for Billy Sims. Billy Sims is the principal of Sandystone Canyon High School who had his 50 minutes of fame when he was punched by Crocodile Clementine at a graduation ceremony. Pretty much every news organization from trustworthy tabloids seemed to have their own take on the altercation. It wasn't the punch that captured the nation's attention out of it. Instead, it was Billy Sims's matter-of-fact response to the threat and his comments afterwards, as heard in the now famous audio clip from someone who was recording the ceremony. Billy saw Mark hop onto the graduation stage and said, "Sir, you'll want to sit down or we'll have a problem." At that point, Crocodile reportedly sucker punched him in the face. Billy, apparently only slightly dazed, said, "All right, sir, I guess we'll have a problem." Clement tried to throw another punch, but Sims anticipated it and performed a maneuver that spectators described as a wrestling move mixed with a backward somersault, which immediately brought both men to the floor, with Sims straddling Clementine, keeping him neutralized. As security arrived, the recording captured someone asking, "How did you do that?" And Sims' response was famously, "Trust me, I'm as surprised as anyone." Okay, who the hell is Billy Sims? There's not much information about it. There's mentioned a lot in articles about the Billy Sims incident. Okay, it doesn't help me that much. Had appeared on page 4 because of the somewhat comedic sensationalism of the events in question, and because their readers were already familiar with Mark Clementine, they filed it under a special banner called Croc Watch. It mentions our good friend Croc Clementine was actually in attendance at the high school graduation because his daughter was walking the stage. He was apparently not allowed to attend. His ex-wife had a restraining order filed on behalf of her daughter, but did so anyways. It was unknown to the school staff at the time who he was, but a security guard recognized him, and that's when the trouble started. Clementine was approaching the side of the stage to try to avoid the guard when the exchange between him and Sims took place. Okay, no, that was the only Croc Watch article. Unfortunately. Okay, so one of your daughters attended that school. We know you've got 2 daughters now. As far as you can tell, there were no more instances of Croc Watch. Disappointing. Yeah, it's just that one. Now, if he's Billy, he's probably a William. Okay, nothing there. And this school is in San Diego. Nothing relevant about San Diego. Okay. It's unlikely this will appear in any of these, but especially not Chef's signature. All right. We probably have to look for Sim's wife as well, but I've forgotten the name already. Ah, shit, I was looking for Croc Watch. Carla Sims. Carla Sims comes up very occasionally on small potential articles about Billy Sims. Carla appears to be a nickname. Though you have no being short, seems to most often stand for Carliter. Not that her name would have been Carlita Sims for very long. Okay. Yeah, at some point we're going to find these missing pages, I'm sure of it. But all right. How we work out your daughters, I don't know. I don't know where to get started on that side. I've said many times I don't understand why this one isn't flipping over, because I'm pretty sure it's correct. Um, that is done. Yeah, we're not likely to get anything there. I really don't think we found out enough about this person yet either, honestly. Which we know about that one. Excuse me. She was in high school in an article called "Local Teen Making Change for Foster Care System." Grew up in the foster care system. Who was apparently the valedictorian of a school. Was as a Girl Scout who was earning her gold award. This cried a project to help the community, and Ruby chose to raise money to build a fountain she called Foster Fountain. The fountain has a few small pedestals that stick up high above the water. People are expected to toss coins into the fountain for good luck and will be encouraged to aim for the top of the pedestals. All the coins scraped from the bottom are slated to be donated to Portland's foster care system. A coalition of local businesses that sponsor the fountain have committed to matching any of the donations that successfully land on. Yeah, this is. I feel like this is just you trying to make me even more convinced she's going to be the person we don't know about, who is actually also a Roottree. The Fountain of Views, also known as Foster Fountain, is a fountain found in a small park in Portland. All proceeds are changed. Portland's Parks and Rec mentions under a trivia section, the Fountain of Views was really conceived by Ruby Spratt. Coin lands on one of these targets. Each of the sponsor businesses matches it. This isn't a huge amount of money from each business. More than 100 businesses have agreed to participate. Each penny becomes $1. A nice idea. Okay, so let's just see. What is the name of your legal enterprise? I don't know. God, where would we even have been told that? Do. We did it. God, surely at some point I looked up your legal firm's name, didn't I? Here we go. That's just what we knew about anyway. Okay, so there's nothing really there anyway. All right, where the fuck do I even start to try and unpick some of these? Let's look up. I can never remember how to spell bloody. Okay, this is just going through that old thing. Do 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 do. I swear there's a book that she wrote something about pirates at some point, and I can't remember where I found that out. Although I don't think Clancy is being accused of any of these affairs right now, right? No. No, no, no. Okay, so she was also a secretary. Boo, 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 boo. God, where else can I search for more Bess Williams stuff? And then I get punched. I see how it is. And then I get danced at. Oh, dear. Boo. This just brings us here.
Don't sass me.
Mod.
Love between two.
Mods. Dear. I still think this is going to be important to us at some point. You never did a story on it. Did eBay exist in 1999? I have no idea. All we know is you had a daughter who was probably called... Now, it's possible the clue with who's Beth was meant to mean who's Bess. Although that may have been to do with this. Hey, Nutlob, thank you for the resub. It is very much appreciated.
Notlob Parrot just subscribed for 30 months. Hello all. This ancient browser is giving me flashbacks.
I hope you're doing well, and thank you very much. I don't think that made Mario dance, though, so does that mean that I need to put in another command for Netscape? Oh my god, yeah, Netscape! I forgot about Netscape Navigator. Did I forget to do one for resubs? Yes. Yes, I did. We'll see on the next resub if that makes Mario dance or not. All right. That didn't help me at all. We know you have daughters. We know one of them graduated. No, because their school was over in San Diego somewhere, right? So yeah, it wouldn't come off many of those. I don't know how we're going to end up with finding out what your name was. Unless you met here and you came as part of this, do we have a Sonia on this? I think I looked for that. Do, do, do. Yeah, Susan Ford, I'm pretty sure is going to be one of them as that we have to go into at some point. That's when they went to Brazil. So if they did take and that's where this donation came from. Okay. Emily Seinfeld and Sam Cattrall. So obviously the AI reading Jerry Seinfeld and Kim Cattrall and being like, close enough. Oh dear. Okay, they cancelled all of the and that was just the clothing reimbursement to Carl. We know about that. All right, let's go through this. I can't remember how we got to. $50,000 would buy a lot of butterscotch. Oh dear. Did we ever look you up? Oh no, that's right, because it said that. No one else looks like it's followed that story. The Quiller is also named Hudson Wing. Yeah, I'm convinced the employee is Susan Ford. Whose future husband would then be deaf, so that would put Ford over here. Although this is a lot of guesswork at the moment, we got no proof of this. I don't think she was always Susan Ford here, which would imply she then marries someone and becomes Susan somebody else. Possibly Hugh? Forensic Accounting Simulator 2025. All right. Emily Seinfeld became Emily Barnes. Linda Lewis didn't last long. Yeah, Susan Ford left in 82. Caviar flavored gum. Yeah, that one didn't do too well. Alright, nothing about his party. Ba, 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 ba. She did quit, so I wonder if she's not a secretary anymore. We know that because you say she worked at a movie rental store and then she died of a drug overdose. That would make her retail? Susan Ford is the real farmer. But the cash register for movie rental store wouldn't have enough cash to buy a needle, let alone the horse. I don't know. This is in 1999. They were still quite popular back then. Or even earlier than that, actually. It was when he was 16. I don't know how old he is now. So I don't know when that would have been. All right, that might finally explain why she was never ticking over. I don't know how we're going to find out more about her. Or what her maiden name would have been. This appearance doesn't lead to any information, but a more recent appearance in text only mentions she's dating Flavio Soares. I was in Rio for Carnival. He was on one of the parade floats. I had no idea who he was, but I liked what I saw and told my people to invite him to the party I was going to. I felt pretty stupid once I realized that we were going to his party, well, his mother's party. She runs a media empire down there called... is a massive media group owned and run by a mysterious woman named Sonia Alves. It seems Sonia Alves is a common name in Brazil, so she has shorthanded her name to Nia to stand out in the public eye. Nia received a significant inheritance in 1980, invested in many different manufacturing businesses in her hometown in Brazil. At the same time, she just begun to learn the ins and outs of running a television network. Yeah, we knew that. She continued to work in television until in 1998 when Brazil began its period of reform. She felt this was the perfect opportunity to launch her own media company using her investment connections. Now her company owns television, magazines, newspapers, and advertising firms. The page about Nia lists her as unmarried. It does not go into any other relationship history. Searching for Nia online, you learn that she stays out of the spotlight. She doesn't even appear at shareholder meetings. She sends a proxy. All right, so she's possibly... Alves. She is a media mogul. How the hell are we going to get a picture of you? Hack the DMV, they'll probably have a photo. Most recent appearance seems to be an article about the struggles of American media companies to do business with their foreign counterparts. A few media groups and countries are discussed, including those in Africa and the Middle East. There have been added bureaucracy in publishing certain stories. Nia is extremely private about her identity and supposedly wants to use her connections to have a reporter fired from a rival network and blacklisted. The journalist claims to shut down a story he was doing about her personal life, including that her marriage in 1973 was not of her own choice. His research claims that she essentially had a husband forced upon her as a child bride at the age of 15. It also claims that past appearances with her husband have been for show, they do not live together, and that she resents her own parents for the arrangement. The final claim is that she must have made her money under the table through nefarious means during Brazil's dictatorship, as his research uncovers that she could not possibly have earned enough to start a media company otherwise. After making this statement, the reporter went into hiding in fear of his safety. Oh dear. Okay. Still didn't get a picture of her. All right. We know more about her, but not enough. Not enough. God, we really need to find something out, something out about somebody here. All right, this apparently has got one more. Oh wait, this is gonna be me, isn't it? Wait, is this me? Okay, that just brings me back to here. Oh, okay, this is what we should have learned about the Billy Sims incident. Oh, also, chat, it's actually getting to the end of stream. We're almost done for the day. I feel we didn't get that far, but... And then I get drop kicked. Well, yeah, we know him because about Crockwatch. Doesn't give us any idea about his. We know News Time did one, which tells us about Colleen Webb, who is the ex-wife. There's a Carla Sims. There was a Carlita Sims, who we never found anything out about after that, I don't think. Ah, dear. Yeah, so trying to find the daughters. We're going to find them under the web name. Okay. Billy Sims was once arrested for throwing a Molotov cocktail at a company that's found to be testing their products on animals. According to police paperwork, Crocodile Clementine's bail was paid for by Testorido Jacobson. It was fairly expensive. Was that Mark Clementine showed up because his daughter Mary was graduating. Mary Webb in San Diego has a website called Web on the Web. I like it. Apparently, it's a personal travel diary that also doubles as an advertisement for her travel agency. There are descriptions of Mary's services, including booking flights to cruises. Almost all of them involve extremely niche audiences. It seems Mary is the #1 agent when it comes to booking spiritual vacations aboard ghost ships and the specific hotel rooms that are said to be haunted. She also has a dedicated section for more traditional modern cruises that cater to specific groups such as fans of boy bands. In the diary entry, she talks about the trips she's personally taken and uses that as an opportunity to feature descriptions of amenities and excursions that the ships offer, even when you're on them to see a specific band or a ghost. Places myself with a ship in the background. One of the diary entries actually mentions the day that the photos were taken. She's allowed onto the ship on a port day in San Diego with a professional photographer she knows. The photo of Mary has been added to your evidence. Web on the Web Paranormal Travel Agency. I love it. Ghost ship from the 1800s. It was lost at sea and turned up without any crew years later. The fans love to tour it and come up with their own paranormal theories. Corporate companies and photography studio that was listed on a few different. It seemed to be impossible to hire them to take professional quality photos. The company is also mentioned on a photography site with some IRC chat logs. It seems that the site is the personal page of a member of IRC photography channel. They have archive of logs they've been saving since '93. Val, the former head photographer for Corporate Image Photography, did a Q&A with their users about taking pictures for promotional materials. Most of the questions and answers are pretty technical. They not only seem irrelevant, but only go over your head. One of the questions I've mentioned is that Val was on the cover of Telephoto and asked about Iraq. The question was quickly shut down by the person running the Q&A. Said Val does not wish to answer any questions from his photojournalism days, nor does he wish to talk about LBP. The fuck is LBP? Alright, so Telephoto, LBP, the fact that he's called Val. Telephoto is a photography magazine. Seems it can stand for the Lebanese pound, lower back pain, lead-based paint, low blood pressure. Some businesses also have an acronym: Lynch Building Plastics, Luxury Bridal Photography, Lincoln Baby Photography. Okay, Laura's Bras and Panties. I have no idea which one of those is going to be relevant, but okay. Bra and Panties. What's that place called? Okay, interesting. Now, we don't know which one of these would be... So she's technically Mary Clementine, even though she would call herself Webb. She's a travel agent? It could be her, or it could be her over here. Your search engine sucks. I can't imagine that just searching for Val would get us anything. Yeah. We've got to do more research on it. Dear. I need to try and find him on the cover. What if we did a very generic Iraq search? Nope. Do we ever search for LBP in here? Nothing. But anyway, chat, that is going to do it for the day. I hope you enjoyed. I'm trying to think. Are we likely to pick this up again tomorrow? No. We're probably likely to do some Overwatch tomorrow, because I think tomorrow morning is going to be... Well, after tomorrow morning, I think I'm going to need to shoot things rather than try and work out puzzles. But then we will probably pick this up on Thursday, see what more we can work out. And then Friday, I have no idea what we'll be doing. But thank you for watching. Have a wonderful rest of your day. And I will see you all when I see you all. Bye for now.